Hello! I hope you have a nice day. Today we are going to start with a new session of programming. So we have our nice little game here in front of us, and what we are going to do today is we have made an attack which we want to refine, polish and implement into the real levels. So first let's take a look back at our little attack here. So we have a raycast. If we miss, we have this missing whoosh sound, like whoosh whoosh. And if we hit, we will see another particle effect at the end where we will hit this enemy. We will have a different sound, much more aggressive sound. So last time I was programming until I think 1 AM 30. We were finished with this and I was very happy with the sound, how it sounded like. Today I opened it up, I opened the program, and I was like, the hit sound does not quite work yesterday. So sometimes you have to really change your opinion on a day-to-day basis, because when you're working on something for a very long time, you just tend to see things differently. It's something that's just very natural, it's just very human, that you tend to just have a different time measure, a different measure of how colors work, of how sounds come to you. So the first thing that we want to do with this is we want to adjust the sound a little bit, so it sounds a little bit more refined. So what I don't like about the sound is it's very aggressive in its high pitch. It has a very aggressive high pitch sound, which I think is a little bit over the top. It's a little, when I hear this with these headphones, yesterday I used different headphones. They sound a little. They even hurt the ear. They even hurt my ear a little bit, and we don't want this. So we need to tune this down a little bit. And also, we see at the end of this particle effect, not like this, with the normal particle effect, looks nice, but we also want to add a light source to the particle effect. It's done pretty easily. And let's start with this. Today I will also try to focus on a little bit more on my coding and on my progress. And I was watching my VODs, and I think I should try to speak a little bit more clear. But to compensate for that, it will just come with time and experience of speaking English and speaking while programming, which is very, very hard because I have to focus all the time. This will improve automatically. But today I want to focus a little bit more on programming and make some breaks to explain things very clearly, because I felt like yesterday I wasn't always very clear what I was saying, and I was stuttering too much, which is something that just comes with the experience of talking while coding and while streaming, which is, as I said, something that you have to get used to. And yeah, so let's start with the light source that we want to this prefab now. Let's start the work. So this is the hit effect, and we want to add a lightning source to this. The lightning source just will make it more clear that we hit the enemy and they can interact with the environment a little bit, cast a shadow. We only have to do 2D shadows and 2D lights, so the effect is not as strong as you might think it would be now. but it's still just a visual improvement of quality. So let's add this. So instead of just creating a new light, we already have prepared some light for other hit effects. We will just copy them over to this effect. Okay, there's only one. There's only one prefab that has a light source attached to it, but we can't use this one because this is a very special case where we have a big explosion, a very big light. So I don't want to use this one. I want to use something similar to the normal blood magic effects. Now when we paste it, seems like the position has been reset to a position which references a position in the other prefab, but we want to have it to spawn at 000 as a child object of our main hit effect. Okay, let's try it out, how it looks in game. Okay, we have a small problem here. Problem is, you see the red light. It's lasting longer than the actual hit effect. And also the despawn is instantly. So we don't want this. We want the light to slowly fade out. And let me fix the camera. Camera is tilted. Come on, don't tilt. Okay, we want to have a light source, and then instead of instantly disappearing, we want it to slowly disappear. And for that, we are just going to adjust the intensity. We have done this before. It's a very easy code. We just have to copy it and lower the intensity in the light source game object. Okay, let's do it. So now I have to start the editor. This will take some time. But I know that in this Blood Magic hit scan, we already did this, that we would let the light source die in this time duration, dev animation duration. So we can just copy this code over. And second, we need a script for this. Let's see if there's maybe a light intensity dimming script, a script that already does what we do. Because this is something that I do a lot, and it might be a good idea to have a script for this. So we have a script lightning dimming. Which we want to take a look at, because it might be that this does what we already want to do. Fortunately, there is no description in the comments. And these floats right here, a little bit weird. Okay, this is not what we want. This is working with the speed, so we don't have a control over the total lightning fading out time. The speed we could estimate the speed correctly. This is not what we want, but it's a very good start. So let's make a new script. And what we want to do in this script is nearly exactly the same like in this dimming script. But we want, instead of having a speed, we want to specifically say how much time it should take until we reach our target intensity for this light. So create a new script in the objects folder. We will call this light fading. We could call it light fading functions, light fading control. I think we are going to get the same result. Okay, I will close all tabs now. It will get messy inside of the tabs. And then open up light dimming again. So what I want to do, I want to copy all this code and then modify it so we only are left with what we actually want. So what does this do? So this has a destination size. Let's rename this. This is the size which we want to reach at the end of the animation. Size aim. So we aim to reach this size. Okay. Also makes actually we want to use a float for that, not a boolean. Then there's a boolean to start. We name this to start immediately, and this is so we can control later if you want to not start to fade out at the beginning, but have a function where we can we can start now. We want to start to dim. If we want to have a private float for that, I want to have a private float, and we will call it adjusting. So while we are adjusting, we want to modify our light intensity and radius. So is this red? Hello. Okay, now I will look later in why this is red. I think because something before is not compiled correctly. And now we want to change this public float speed. We don't want to have a speed. We want to have total animation time. Oh, let's call this animation duration and animation start time. Is going to be private float. Separate the public float from the private floats so we have a better readability of our code. And we move the speed adjust. now we want, if the bool is set start immediately, we want to immediately start to change our intensity and radius. Oh, hit this. Then we also want to have a public method function which can also set this private variable true. But the benefit of this function will be that we can do it via another script and then specify the time when this will start to dim. With this function, we don't know if this function, we don't know if when we will call it, we want to use these public floats. But it doesn't matter. Okay, just see, we can set these in the code before. Can set the aims before in another script, so we have control over this. We don't need another function to set these. The last thing that I want to add is a timer if we want to have a delay. So let's for this add a public float named start delay. So if we start the script and the start delay, is not 0. It should be positive though, so let's say it's bigger than 0, because a minus value would be nonsense. And we want to start a coroutine, which we haven't defined that yet. And let's name this coroutine. That would be a good name. Animation start delay timer. Okay, start delay timer. That's a good name. And what this function will do is wait for the amount of seconds. We want to wait for the amount of seconds that we specify, and then start animating by setting adjust to true. And then the animation will be done in the update function. Okay, now we have set up everything that we want as a function. Now we only have to take care of the intensity and the radius of the light. Now how do we do this? So first let's rewrite this function. If we immediately check only for the intensity and the size. We can also do both at once now. Now this is a good function. This checks if the next step that we want to do in the intensity or later in the size is maybe smaller than the distance than the step we are going to do. So what this does, if we have at some point we will be very close to our target, like 0, 1, and the next step will be a step of a width of 0, 2. So what will happen? We will overstep to 0, 1 minus 0, 2 is minus 0, 1, but we want to get 0, for example. And this function will check if this is a case. And if this is a case, we want to just be at our aim. Okay. Oh no, it does it in reverse. Yes. Okay, let's first try to import this map. Okay. And now let's look how we want to do this time function. We have another function which is working with an animation duration, and maybe this is better type of code. So let's check out what this does. So first we need to set the animation start time in the start function. Okay. And then it just checks if the new intensity is smaller. Now, the thing with this code here is that it only works if you always go into one direction. If you always make the intensity smaller. But we want this script to be a little bit more general purpose. So we might want to use this later to make it like bigger. We need to think of a way how to make it work into both directions. I think this math distance function is a lot better for that. The main problem with this function here, it always will reach 0. It's coded to reach 0 in the end. And this function here, it's not specified where it will, if it will be 0 at the end or 1 at the end, or maybe 100. It can go into every direction. Okay, so I figured out that to make this work, we need to calculate from the start what intensity or size we have. And then we also need to calculate how much difference from the intensity we have at the start to our destination intensity is there, and then we are going to divide it in with every time interval and subtract what we have left. So let's say we have 1 as our destination and 2 as our start. So we have a difference of 1 between 1 and 2. And now we are going to update the function. Every time, every frame, we are going to subtract another bit of the intensity. And what we save is the remaining intensity that we still have to go. And maybe we go like 19, 18, 17, 155, 145, 14. And in the end, when we are at 105, we will check if our next step will be at 1, or if we will overreach. If we overreach, we simply set it to our aimed intensity. Okay, let's do this. First, we are only doing this with the intensity and not with size, because the code will pretty much the same. But we will have to think a lot and maybe change something. So let's just do the intensity first. So let's calculate the next step for the intensity, how much we are going to add or subtract. And then we will look if this is more than we want to reach in the end or less, and then do our and just implement this code to immediately set it to the new intensity. Okay, we're done. It was much easier than I thought. So we just calculate the next step by looking at the total difference, the total way we want to go. And then we just take the time that has passed since our last frame, multiply it with the total animation duration. So let's think about it. We have a total step of 1, for example, and 1 second has passed, and we have a total animation duration of 1. So we would have 1. Okay, so this would be the right the right outcome, and if half a second would have passed, it would be half a second, half a step, half an intensity. Yes, would also work. Yeah, would also work if the difference of the start aim intensity would be 2. And this would only be set to 1. Okay, this totally works in my head. Could be that I'm totally wrong, but we will find out. So let's just copy this code, and instead of the intensity, we want to adjust the outer radius. Okay, now we have to calculate this variable here for the size. We don't use the animation start time, which is interesting. Okay, we're done. Now we only have to, and this is not even that important, but we can write an exit function if both conditions of the light source intensity, the point light outer radius are reached. Then we don't want to check in every frame if we are not at our destined intensity, just to save some resources. So let's write in a condition which tells us to stop adjusting. Ooh. Now it says that there might be a loss of precision. Because there's two floating numbers. Others two float. This is a float. This is a float. It's not great at all. But let's just have a tolerance of really, really, really low intensity. Okay, and we're done. And all of this work is just going to allow us to add a little light to our particle effect, which the player is maybe going to say for a quarter of a second and then dim it out. So here's our little 2D light. We now want to add the script. And as I think we have named this light fading, maybe it's not the best way to describe what our script does. So let's also add a comment. And we name this to light adjustment. Now Unity is not going to like this, and I think we have to rename the script in Unity again. No, we don't. It automatically detected our changes. Now you see the script is named light adjustment and Unity crashes. Okay. So I would say half a minute break, and I'll be right back. Hello, I'm back. So I've opened Unity and we started everything, and now we can start our next step, which is implementing, or no, we have implemented the script. We now have to adjust our time frame. So we aim for 0 intensity and 0 size, and let's do this inside of duration of 0.25 seconds and start immediately, no delay, and try it out. And nothing happens. Oh no, something happens. If we look at the set effect, then we can see that the intensity of this light here indeed is getting lower. Also the radius. Yeah, both have decreased, but they are not as fast as we want them to be. It's maybe because we have implemented the animation duration in the wrong way. Let's try again. Look at the code. Yeah, so if you, yeah, we have actually we've actually made it so that the animation duration lowered is, the longer it will take to animate, and if it's higher, it will be faster. So how do we fix it? I think it's just if we divide this, but let me think first before I make the same mistake again. So let's say we want to reach the full intensity inside of 1 second. And one No, inside of 0.25 seconds. Right now, 1 second passes and it would only count for 0.25. If we divide by the animation duration, 1 second passes and it would be, and it would, we would have 4. So I would say we have already passed the animation duration 4 times. Okay, that's very good. So do a division here, down here, and we're done. Okay. Fix it, but now we have a problem. The animation duration might be 0. And dividing by 0 is, as everybody knows from math, not allowed. So we need to throw this exception if the animation duration is 0. The animation duration is 0. We want to check this if we are adjusting. So maybe this script is not set up at the beginning. So if we are adjusting, then we have to set the animation duration to 0. Not to 0, because we never divide by 0. Okay. So let's compile this. Save. Okay. Unity is compiling right now. Okay, and let's try out this code. Very nice. So we see there is a very small time frame where we can see the light. It's 0.25 seconds, so barely noticeable. And because of that, you can actually adjust the intensity, the start intensity a little bit, so we actually notice the light. Since it's dimming from the start, it's barely noticeable. And let me find the effect again. Okay, let's try this. This might be a little bit over the top, but I really just want to notice it now, and then we can adjust again. Okay, a little bit too strong, I would say. I would say a little bit smaller and slightly less intense. So let's put the outer radius to 1.5 and the intensity what is the intensity of this? Okay. 2.15. No, 1.75. Just slightly less. Yeah, it's barely noticeable. Yeah, but it adds up very well with the hit effect. Okay, now that we have done that, we can adjust the sound. So if you know to play the sound, it's not bad. It's not bad, but it could be better. So we are done with adjusting the particle effects. I'm very happy with the particle effects right now. This is like really, you see that you miss, nothing's happening too much. But the sound effect if we hit this guy here is a little bit too harsh. With the headphones I'm having right now, I have a little bit of a pain in my ears, and that's not right. Need to adjust the sound. And for that, we are going to open Audacity. I'm opening Audacity right now. Here. Look, if we have this sound under the recent sound. We have. So this is the sound that we have, and we need to adjust this. So we can use an equalizer for this. Could also use some kind of stretching, smoothing it out. Let's try pulse stretch. Pulse stretch, if you do it, just stretches it in a kind of weird way that makes it a little bit smoother. Okay, doesn't do much. Okay, then we have this equalizer here, and I think the problem is mostly with the high pitch sound. This is the high pitch sound, and this here, the lower pitch sounds up to 100 hertz. These are adjusted if you want to give it a bass boost or something. And let's look what happens if we boost the middle. Sometimes the middle has some really kind of nice information. It sounds terrible. Oh, that's nothing we want to enhance. We'll also turn off the music. Okay. Now we could amplify this again. And if we amplify it, the high pitched sounds are again going to be so loud that they hurt my eyes a little bit. Ears, sorry. Now this sound, I think in game would be okay, but it lacks a little bit of this hit effect, like a little smash. And for that, I'm going to do something special now. And I have actually, because we also see a flash popping up, I have something to record the sounds that have a little bit of electricity and a little bit of hit with electricity. I'm going to get it out of my cupboard now. So a small second, because this will be a nice surprise. Okay. What we have now is for every time you record electricity, what you can do is smash some stone. This is a very big stone. This is a lot of small stones. If you smash them, you can kind of hear already that there's a kind of knacking noise. These are made for electricity. It's actually a tip that does not come from myself. It comes from real people who from people who work in the sound department all day. And I have some tips from them how to make electricity sounds. They say they just smack a lot of stones together to make these electricity noises. So I will now start experimenting a bit with sound effects. I put this big stone. You see the camera. Put the big stone inside the box. This is a wooden box. And I will add the stone and smash them on the big stone and record the sound. And then I'm going to adjust this smacking of small stones together to make a good electricity hit sound. Let me adjust the camera so that you might be able to see what I'm doing. Come on, camera. Okay. Okay. When I drop the stones inside of this box, they are making a very loud sound and I don't like it. I will make a recording just dropping the sounds, the stones inside of this box and then re-record. I will get a pillow. I will get a pillow because I don't think this will be a good sound. I'm just recording it because I could be wrong. Maybe sometimes you end up with sounds where you don't expect it to come out the way you hear it in reality. Sometimes the microphone is a little bit weird and you have sounds out of nowhere. So let's record this. Okay, now let's listen. Okay, way too loud. Too loud and too long. To adjust the total loudness.
6 me. I see Audacity.
Yeah, that's Audacity. You also use Audacity?
Six me. Gunshot sounds why?
Oh no, it's not a gunshot sound. It's going to be some kind of hit attack. I'm going to show you the effect right now. And it has some kind of electricity inside of it. You see this? This is the sound we are making right now, and it's not finished. It's not sounding like an electric explosion. You thought it's a gunshot sound because it's too loud. Okay, I'm going to get a pillow because the box is making too much echo, and I'm going to get a pillow underneath the stones, and then I'm going to smack some stones together. Okay, this is going to be a little mess to clean up, but whatever. Gonna drop all the stones in the big stone now, and hopefully I'm going to make a good smacking noise. Gonna generate a new track. I'm generate a new track right now. Okay, and we will record on this new track. Okay, got to do this again. This sound failed. Again. Okay, I think we have some good samples. And if I did any big mistakes, I'm only going to hear them. Well, let's start to see what we recorded. Okay, got to do this again. This sound failed. Again. Okay, this was a good smack. This right here. Yeah, I can put away the box right now because I already heard a sound that we can use. Okay, now let's cut out the first sound that sounded useful. This is this part. This is perfect sound. Really good quality. This is also okay, but I don't think we will use this. Okay. Also sounds okay. Okay, I think we have. Okay. We only have one problem. We have much background noise, like in this part. You hear this? We need to filter this. So for this, we are going to make a new track. Just record the background noise. The background noise is coming from my PC. My PC is way too loud. I don't have enough money right now to get a new PC. It would be more silent. So we can still work with this. We just filter out the noise. And I will show you how Audacity does this. It's pretty easy. Okay. So Now we have track only with background noise. I think the middle of this is very clear background noise. We can now use Audacity noise reduction to analyze this noise profile, get the noise profile, and now if we apply this noise filter to our other recorded tracks, the noise filter will automatically reduce the noise which was heard in the track before. So let's press OK. There's one track I don't want to apply this on. Now let's press OK. And you might see this if I zoom in. Here, this is after the noise filter. This is before. And let's hear this. See, the noise has been reduced by a great margin. Okay, now we have to decide which sound we are going to use with our current hit sound. Current hit sound is this. And we have to use one of our smack sounds with this current hit sound and adjust it so those two fit together. I think this hit sound here is the shortest one. This is the one that I want to try out first. So let's copy this. I want to keep the original right now and make a new track. And I want this track to be underneath our current hit sound. Get rid of a small sounds in front of the sound, then just play it. Okay. And this hit sound comes up faster than our stone smacking here. Why? The loudest part of this sound around this part, and you can clearly see where the smacking sound is loudest. You have to move this part forward so it matches the lowest part of this sound. So we can just try to delete more of the part of the smacking sound. I think that was a little too much. And play it. Okay. Now still have a problem. We still have a lot of work to do with this sound. So first, the sound is too long. The smacking should only be very fast. There's some after clashes that we don't want to hear. We will have to remove them. And after that, this sound sounds too different from this sound. So we have to adjust its tone a little bit so that the two sounds sound very similar and fit together. Right now there is this high pitched sound and this sound which is middle pitched and sounds a little bit like a lot of editing has been going on this sound, and you can clearly hear this. This is just a smacking sound. So what we are going to do is first let's just remove this part of the sound, because we don't want the smacking sound to be too long. Okay. And now we are going to add a little bit of silence. This is for an echo. I want to add an echo to this. I also want to try out some adjustment to its pitch. Don't like it. Now we are going to add some echo with the reverb function. Okay, I think the point where we reverbed and added the echo, it became bad. Let's go back to this. And play a little bit with the reverb before we decide if we want to add reverb or not. So reverb is just, let's say, an advanced echo function, which is going to be applied on this. And we can actually have a little bit of control on wet gain, dry gain, to make it maybe sound a little bit duller. So let's just try out some functions and preview them. Maybe we like something. Okay, first of all, the echo. The echo has to be dampening way faster. think we are at a really good path. Okay. I don't know what to do next. Let's just export the sound and look how it's sounding in game, what we associate with it, and then look what we want to adjust next. So now, because we made a lot of changes, I want to change this new name. We'll make a 2 behind it. Normally I don't do this because I want to normally overwrite the sound data inside of the Unity editor. But since the sounds are so different, I'm going to make a new sound. Just my camera a bit. Always the camera. Okay. But if you stream with the camera, you should at least try to be inside of the camera frame. Now find the sound, the folder for the sounds. Sounds, yeah. Sounds. And I would be way faster if I would just search for the name. Here we go. Old sound. Now I'm going to add a new sound. To the preview. Okay, let's try it out. Nice. I think that this sounds better than I expected.
Hey!
Okay, good. I think we are already at our destination. I will save, however, this as the Audacity project, because I have the feeling that I could reuse this. Or maybe I will decide to still change the sound, how it sounds. Maybe I will later. Maybe I wake up tomorrow and just say, what the fuck did I do today? And you open up the project and the things sound different, then you remember them, and then you start editing again. But I'm very pleased with the sound. It sounds a little bit weak, which is correct because it's a weak attack. It's the weakest attack you can have, but it also sounds clear. It clearly shows you that you are hitting the enemy. It is different enough from the miss attack sound. So I'm very happy with the sound right now. But I said the same thing again yesterday about the sound, and I'm editing today. So this is why polishing is sometimes so hard and so takes up so much time. You go open your project and you are not happy anymore. Okay, but I'm finished with the sound. Good. So we have this attack in the game now. We have set up already, with the light effects, we have set up pickup, how we can activate this attack. Now we have to implement this pickup in the game. And I'm going to make a whole lot of changes because I also planned some smaller storyline changes. So here what this is about. I'm going to change my headphones soon because they are starting to hurt. But aside from that, let me open the old level 1. The current level 1 to be more exactly. So this is the whole level. This is the whole level. The first half of it is some kind of tutorial zone. You wake up here in this kind of old Roman facility or whatever. You wake up in this old building here, and you have a voice that tells you that you have to grow and become a great vampire. This is the main catch of the game, and you immediately can get up and start to play the game. This is one of the features. I had more text at the beginning in other versions, but I didn't feel like this was a good time to add too much text, because you just want to start to play the game at this moment, and I didn't want to have too much of an introduction. You go out, jump. First you go, then you jump. So you learn how to jump, then you learn a little bit how you can miss your jump, practice your jumps a little bit. Okay, you have these question marks. These question marks will give you some tips how to jump up. Will tell you that you can add your velocity if you go up the slide, and then this arrow will tell you that you have to go down, but you have to push these wood blocks aside. So after you pushed aside the planks, You will land in this area. This is where it goes wrong. You land in this area, he will tell you that he will not let you to this artifact, which will make you stronger, and then a voice will appear in your head and just tell you that you can kill him with blood magic. And the problem is, I want the player actually to kill this guy. And to unlock this artifact. But I don't want this to be evil. I want to trick the player more into thinking he's doing the right thing. So the changes that I want to do is, I want to skip this part. I want to delete this area right here. The player will just go to the right, and then he will learn how to bite bats to regenerate his health. And that he has bloodthirst, and his bloodthirst must be satisfied every 45 seconds, or he will take damage very slowly. But he can bite bats to refill his blood blast, so he has another 45 seconds. And I want, when he finally has come down to this area, I want this area to be swapped with this area. This area is, what is this in the tutorial? You have to learn how to crawl underneath it. You have to press the crawl button, then you can go underneath this part, and then you're pretty much finished. Then you will come out into this open space, and these guys will have a small scene where they yell at each other. As a vampire, the count has said that there's a big bounty on his head. Go and kill him. And there's also a problem that if you now kill these peasants, you know that these peasants are not really evil. They are just protecting their land. The count of this land has given you a bounty. Has given a bounty on your head. And when you kill them, you're kind of the evil guy. That's not right. You have to fix this. So the easiest fix would be to also make these guys evil. So, but we want to do this without them actually being evil. Because later, the Count is going to explain that these are just his loyal servants and they do what he told them to do. There's a dilemma, and this is what the game is really about. You have to think of the story as a really complex network, and you don't want the player to know what is really going on. You want to surprise them in the end with some twists, but you have to prepare these twists also accordingly. And sometimes, in this case, it's really hard to prepare this twist without letting the player know what's really going on. Also, to enforce a different view of the player. The view of the player should be, these guys are evil, they are trying to kill me, and I'm doing something good by getting rid of them. So what I'm going to do is I want to change this guy here. I want to change this guy. First, let's... Now, before we do any action, before we switch the areas, let's go through it and think. My first thought was, if we don't let this guy be bad guy, a good guy who's protecting this artifact from you, but a bad guy who robbed this artifact, maybe just make him straight a robber and let him say, I'm going to sell this artifact. Something really egoistic. Something that really makes you think I'm doing something good if I get rid of this guy. I think it would be good if he would say something like, you're not going to take this from me, I just acquired it. Something this. And then the voice in your head would explain to you, he's a search robber, with he's a known robber. He has stolen this artifact, but you can bite him to get through him and get to the artifact. There's a higher chance that the player is actually thinking, okay, this guy is really a bad guy and is going to bite him. I actually want the player to bite him. There's a peaceful ending if you don't kill anyone, but I don't want the player to figure that out on his first playthrough. I want to hide this from the player. So I really want the player to bite him. And after that, if you bite him, you come out here and see these guys who are hunting for your bounty. And then there's, since you view this guy as a robber, the thief as a criminal, the bad guy, you are more likely to think that these guys are also bad guys. When they say they just want to get your bounty, you're going to assume that they don't want to protect the land. They just want to get money. They want to get rich. Now let's check if there's any point that I missed. I think we can even enforce the view that the first guy is a bad guy. To see if we have a corpse next to him. And he says, I just killed that guy to get this artifact. Fuck off. I think that's really enforcing the idea that this is a bad guy. I mean, this is pretty much a bad guy then. Well, my first idea was actually when I was implementing this guy, this is a good guy. So it was in the original story, this was an old friend of your vampire character, and after you turn into the vampire, he turns against you, and it should be a tragic thing that he's fighting against you. But since it's up to the player choice to kill this guy or not, there's nothing that forces you to attack this guy. Absolutely nothing. And just walk away, and it will feel a lot better. So I think I've made up my mind. We move this area, swap it out with this area, and save first, because Unique crashes a lot when we edit the time map. So we swap the two areas and then start editing the dialogue, because the dialogue has to be a lot different then. Okay. Start. Save first. Save up this area. Put it over here. Okay, it's loading a little bit too long. And if your time map is loading too long every time you change something, that's a nice little trick you can do to decrease your loading times. This is the tile map right now, and it's regenerating its colliders. And the trick is, can disable the collider, and now it won't try to regenerate its collider every time. I'm a little bit irritating while there's still green lines. It should disappear. Should disappear right now. Okay. Now we can just pick this part out of this collider here. Time map here. Okay. We have to remember what we pick. Just we'll put it later to this part. I can do it now. Like this. Okay. Still a lot of work to do. trying to find out which layer this background is on, because it's in the way. So I need to close emails. Because there was nothing interesting there, but emails can have private information. That's why I need to close them. There could also be some kind of spam that I'm not allowed to show. Which layer is this background on? Around background, okay. Around background. Okay, looks all right. Okay. Fix this part right here. Oh, I also need some music. So this is really hard. Okay, now we have moved this part of the tile map. It's safe. Time maps, you edit the time maps, often crashes. We have moved this part of the tile map to the white part. This white part. What we want to do next is we want to move the objects inside of this area to this area. Now we have this area here. This is a duplicate from this old area. We have to move this into this area. So first of all, we don't need the background, anything out of the old background. This area, I think there's also a 2D light. There's some light sources. Want to adjust. Want to move them over to this area. Been actually nice if I would have used wool tie set for this. The wool tie set, but the wool tie set I could have known which kind of type this tile is, and then automatically generate a light source for this for this blue torch here. This is a blue magic torch, and with the wool tie you can actually automatically generate things according to the rules of this tile. But since I was a beginner when I started with this project, and I don't know how much wool tiles were developed back then, this is not a wool tile, and now I have to, every time I change everything, I have to keep in mind to drag and drop all these light sources attached to the torches. Really annoying. And in the beginning you think, okay, it's just hard work, you're just clicking a little more, but it adds up really, because you can't do anything else. You could do much more important stuff in the time frame that you're moving just things around, and maybe think about something that is more important. Make a big eraser, okay, and erase everything in this area. Maybe not everything. To keep this part. This part here doesn't matter. Okay. Now we move this part that we copied from the part that we want to switch. Move this into this area. Okay. Oh, and we are not finished. This area here is supposed to teach the player how to crouch. This area here right now is where you would be crouching. Copy this area. And insert it into some variation to the tile set. And move tutorial question mark over to this area. Good. And in this area here, it's nice that you have to crouch, but at this position here, the movement will be too awkward. I will have to move the crouching area more to the right. This will be here. Okay, remove the old tile set, leftovers, complete the background. Check it if we missed anything. And all this work can be skipped if you have rule tiles, because then they will automatically set up depending on where edges are. So this is one of the big advantages I have with this game. I mean, it's not impossible to edit the tile set, but it's very, very time intensive. And something you never look forward to do, actually, because I should have set up a rule tile, but I didn't know about rule tiles. But well, hey, I'm not here to complain. Sometimes you have to deal with your old code, and if you don't fix it, it works. Well, It was my decision to use it. And I can't go back because every level is now in such a tile set. I can't go back now. So complaining won't help me. So we have swapped out everything. Done with swapping out. Now what we want to do is we want to make sure that every trigger in dialogue is also swapped. And there's a trigger right here at this position, which was triggering the dialogue of this person right here. And after I swapped out these dialogues, I will actually make a short break before we set up the skill options and the dialogue, specific dialogue. I will make a break before that, but only for dinner. And now let's go to work. So there are some zones that I need to find. They are under trigger zones. Trigger zones? No. Oh, I think they are under tutorial zones. Weirdly enough, it did not show the tutorial zones. Oh, move this zone over to this zone area. So now if you jump down this path, you'll trigger a dialogue with this person. I also want this wall to be one step further to the left, so you don't fall into this pit right here if you jump down. So what are we doing? Just take this, put it one step to the left, fix anything that bugged because of this, and we're done. Maybe fix the repeating textures. Yeah, but that's it. Now we jump down this area and we will most likely not land in this pit, only if the player really wants to persuade too much. Okay, I think we have popped everything out. Look at the autosaves. We're saving after that. Okay. Want to save before this area right here. Good. Okay, let's try this out. Let's just play the game and look what happens. And then I think when every zone is set up, we are going to adjust the code and set up the first ability and the dialogue. So a lot of enough work for today. For today. This is a big step actually. The first 5 minutes of your game are always the most important one. If your first 5 minutes are bad, player is not going to continue playing.
Evolve, become a great vampire.
So the first bug that I noticed is that the numbers at the top left should be faded out at this moment. I need to adjust the code there. Overall messages are still working. And I need to set the ground tile set back to rendering. It's a collider. So let's regenerate the collider, save, and try again.
Evolve, become a great vampire.
Okay, something is in the way here. Don't know what. Oh, I think it's a ramp. An old ramp that I don't have not remove. And there we go with the index error. Okay. Yeah, there's something wrong with the color. Okay, it's not using the TMP text, it's using the old text component. TMP text is text mesh pro text. Okay, trying to play again.
You are losing help from bloodthirst. You are not strong enough for human blood, but you can bite animals. Drink from the bed ahead and heal yourself.
Okay, we will have to adjust the text that the dialogue was saying there, because we can actually bite humans in this version. And bite is not enabled. I cannot bite right now.
I will not let you pass through.
You need the artifact. Use your blood.
Okay. I think we have to regenerate this chalk ground. Because it's still thinking it's over here. The reason why I often press regenerate instead of just having it set to automatic is because it's much easier to edit your tile map if it's not regenerating it's all the time. Because if you work on your collider and you have auto regeneration off, the tile map collider off, you can do it immediately. But if you have a time map collider on and you edit your tile map, you will try to regenerate colliders with every step you take, and it's actually slowing you down a lot. You lose a lot of time if you have this on while editing. Only turn this on when you're finished. So yeah, there is a lot of triggers that we have to adjust. Nothing too fancy, nothing where I would say can't be done today, but still a lot of scripting to do today. And I'm going to take a break. I'm going to eat dinner for maybe 10-20 minutes, and then I'll be right back, adjusting all these triggers, adjusting dialogue, and also implementing that we get our skill at this point. So see you then. Hi, I'm back. Got myself a nice snack, my headphones, and I'm now ready to go. So, we are going to adjust our level right here. This is our level 1, and we wanted to swap out a lot of stuff. We want the player first to learn how to crouch, and in the end, when he reaches this zone right here, he should learn how to deal damage and attack. So, how are we going to do this? As a tutorial, it's a little loud music. Only want it to be in the background, sorry. So we have our tutorial zone here, where a certain dialogue will trigger. We have to adjust this dialogue. And we also have to block the attack button until the character reaches this point. So let's start by, because we have a lot of stuff to code right now, let's start by making a list. And just open Excel, make a list, so you keep in mind what you are working on. Okay. So first, when we start, we saw that the numbers of our health bar were not faded out. So fix this. Fade out health bar at start. Okay. Currently, it's only partially faded out. The images are totally faded out, but for some reason the text, the number, how much health we have, it's not faded out. We have to fix that. Second, go here, could jump. Everything was fine. Came to this area. And when we were in this tutorial zone, there was a dialogue that we have to change. Fighting dialogue. The new dialogue, because in the old dialogue the character tells you that you cannot fight humans. This is not true. This has been changed while developing the game. Then also I was not able to bite after that. So we have to rework the user input settings so that we can block only biting and only block blood magic. Blood magic is what you use to deal damage after you learn certain skills. So change player input. To block biting and check blood magic. Okay. And third, we go through this tutorial area. Everything seems fine. We go down, and then in this area we have to do a whole lot of changes. First, we have to change the dialogue. We have to change the dialogue so that this guy says he robbed this. He was robbing this artifact from somebody, and he's not going to give us this artifact. Change artifact guard into robber. Because we want this to be clearly a bad guy. Does the guard just doesn't work? then he should say, tells us dialogue. In his dialogue, we will figure out his exact text. Then we want to reinforce the image that this is a bad guy. Have a corpse behind him. Corpse behind Robert. And we have to change the skill. This is what we will actually do last. Then there's a voice in your head. Tells us how to bite him. It tells us he's a bad guy and bite him. Okay. Voice in your head will tell you how to bite the robber. Get the artifact also. So we have a reward for the player if he bites this enemy. We have enforced that this guy is actually a bad guy, so it's okay to bite him, so the player won't feel bad about it. And the reward that the player gets for biting this guy and killing him is the artifact, which will then enable stronger attack types. This is where the game will lure the player into being the bad guy. I think this is good, yeah. The best part is if you kill this guy here, you will hear a loud laugh in your head, because you do exactly what your overlord vampire count wants. So what do we have to do then? Okay, I have to change the music. Actually, this is a little bit too aggressive to code. In coding, you can't have aggressive music. Only if you really are into that. And are really used to that. But I really don't recommend it. Then we have to change the artifact to our new skill that we just coded for this artifact, and then we have to find in a place where we add the old skill. Add artifact with old skill. I don't know which number the old skill has right now, but this will be a very hard task actually, because I have really wrapped my head around this and not come up with too many good choices. But we are just going to go through the levels and just look where we could fit in this artifact. There's also the possibility we want to move this artifact in level 1 another place, and then you will have in the first level 4 instances where you can find artifacts, which might be a little bit much, but also it's the first level. If you just maybe bait the player into thinking he's going to get 4 artifacts each level, why not? There's also the fact that I want the player to unlock certain abilities right at the start. After that, what do we have left? We can go into this area. Scene will trigger. Maybe we want to change the dialogue in the scene. Maybe. Or that these guys come out as more selfish than they come out in the current version. Now they are telling you they want your bounty, they want to kill you, but they are sent by the Count, and the Count actually wants to protect this land and get rid of loose vampires who kill everyone. So they actually are not the bad guys. We kind of want to change this, that these guys don't want to kill you because they want to protect their lands. They want to kill. We want to change the dialogue so it is clear that these guys are selfish. They want the money. You need that money. Motivation is money. So they come out as selfish. Okay, this is a lot of tasks for today, and I think I just copy this, paste it into this, and save it. Under level. Oh, that was loud. Level 1. Level 1 to-do list. To-do list. Okay. Minimize it and start working. So, what was our first? Our first task. Our first task is to fade out the complete health bar at the start. So, take a look why the health bar is not faded out at the start of the game. So, as you can see at the top of the screen right now, there are these 3 numbers. We should not be able to see them right now. And I think the dialogue control should be responsible for that. So let's look into the dialogue. The dialogue manager. And this dialogue manager is going to find every UI element and tell them to fade out. Okay, and let's start with our lives. Look into the script and look why it's not fading out. I think that's not the right thing to do. I think that's what's happening. When I was programming the first level, I didn't want the first numbers to fade out. I never intended for them to show up at all at the start. So I think what I did was I just hard-coded them to be invisible. So what I mean with hard-coding, I did not use the dialog manager because the dialog manager has no option to immediately fade out your health bar. I just use this color here and set its alpha channel to 0. And I'm going to apply this now. So now we don't start with the health bar. Since this is the only instance in the game where we don't want to fade out or fade in the health bar, in other scenes we always want to fade it out or fade in, even if we start to show the player, okay, now the scene is starting, your health bar is fading out. And only at the start we don't want to have a health bar because the game just started and we want the player to look into the middle of the screen and focus on what's going on. We don't want the player to start looking at your health bar. We want him to be engaged with the character. Look at his animations and his environment and focus on how to move his character. This is our goal at the start. This is why we are going to have everything faded out at the start. And the only thing we have to keep an eye on is, does this actually work with the dialogue? Now, when I go through the tutorial, at a certain point the health bar should fade in and out.
You are losing health from bloodthirst. You are not strong enough for human blood, but you can bite animals. Drink from the bed ahead and heal yourself.
Okay, the health bar did actually fade in and out. Fade in now. Did fade in. And let's take a look at our next scene. And look at the health bar if it's fading out correctly.
I will not let you pass through this artifact. We have organized search parties for you. Soon we will catch you, vampire.
You need the artifact. Use your blood magic. Do not worry. It will only paralyze him.
Okay. So the fading in, fading out is complete. So first task is done. Now change the biting dialogue. Oh, now we want to split the dialogue changes into two parts: writing the dialogue and recording. Because recording new dialogue takes a whole lot of patience. And since we are changing multiple dialogues at once, it would be wise to record all those dialogue changes one after another at once. And this will be really, really nice. The stream. I've never voice acted in the stream. The only thing is I will have to do this tomorrow because it's when we will arrive at this point, it will be accordingly. It will be approximately 1 a.m. 2 a.m. and I cannot be too loud at this time because I still have neighbors, and these neighbors might say something against it. So I've talked with my neighbors actually, and the neighbors underneath me, they say they don't hear anything. And the neighbor left to me also says he never hears me recording anything. But I still don't feel good to record very loud sounds. And when you are all voice acting, you have sometimes to be very, very loud. And I don't feel good about recording at 2 a.m. I just don't feel good about it, and then I just can't get out performance that I need to. Because if you're also distracting with your dialogue, just distracted with when you are recording, then forget it. You are not going to make a good performance if your head is like, I don't want to be heard. If you're recording, you need to be confident with your voice and yourself to make good dialogue. So recording new dialogue will unfortunately not be today because it's too late. I live in Germany and it's 10 p.m. right now. So I'm sorry about that. It will be real fun, but not today. So change biting dialogue. You need to find the tutorial zone, which triggers the dialogue. Done. We need to find the dialogue. And then this dialogue will activate the next dialogue. This is how the dialogues work in this game. Every dialogue, this is the dialogue box, and there's a whole lot of information that I can give to this dialogue box. Let's read it. You are losing health from bloodthirst. You are not strong enough for human blood, but you can bite animals. Okay, so first of all, you can bite humans at this in this phase of the game. This was something that I have decided when I first made this game, that you cannot bite humans, and now you can. So let's think about it. On the first part of the dialogue, the first dialogue box, will be a very short description of what's happening. You are a vampire and you must drink blood. think it's pretty straightforward. Blood. After that, we will do the German version. We will only focus on the English version. The second part of the dialogue just says, drink from the bed ahead and heal yourself. Okay. I want to change this to be a little bit more specific. If you use your bite, you will drink blood whenever you kill your enemy. Now that sounds a little bit too harsh. So the thing is, you only drink blood whenever you kill your enemy. This is something I want the player to find out, or you can read this question mark right here, which will specifically say that. I just want the player to, if he's not thinking, to go to this bed and try to bite it. Then he will drink from it. You can use your bite to drink blood. Okay, let's go back. You are now you are a vampire and have to you are a vampire now and have to drink blood. You are now a vampire and have to want to change the now a vampire. I think the rhythm is a little bit better like this. You are now a vampire and have to drink
blood. If you don't drink blood, you will lose health from bloodthirst.
Yeah. If you don't drink blood, you will lose health from bloodthirst. Run. You are now a vampire and have to drink blood. If you don't drink blood, you will lose health from your bloodthirst. Okay, fair enough. This is a good description that you need to drink blood. The second part is, how do you drink? You can use your bite. To drink blood. We have a lot of drink blood inside of every sentence has drink blood. Can we maybe get rid of one drink blood here? I don't think we don't think we can get rid of any doing blood. If you don't get blood, you will lose health from your blood first. I feel that would suffer. But you're now a vampire and have to drink blood. If you don't drink blood, you will lose health from your blood first. You can use your bite to drink blood. The third time you hear drink blood is... You can use your blood, you can use your bite to fill up, to satisfy your blood thirst. That's good. And heal yourself. Okay, and now there's a bed ahead. Whoops. Where am I? Yep. There's a bed ahead. Let's restructure this sentence. There's a bed ahead. You can use your bite on it to satisfy your blood thirst and heal yourself. And the character, and you're supposed to learn from this how to bite animals and heal. In the next step, you will also learn that you can bite humans too. Okay, fair enough. Work. Okay. So we changed the dialogue. This box. I have to translate them into German now. I'm just going to copy this and paste it underneath this box. Okay. So we have this little dialogue set up. We have not recorded the new text, but we have described the player, how he is going, how he can, what is going to happen if he does not drink blood and does not use his bite. And we are also going to show him if you bite the baddie head with your bite, they are going to satisfy your blood first, and additionally you're going to heal yourself. The only thing that I have in my head now is maybe it should be possible to be vegan in this game and not bite bats. And it's kind of impossible to have a vampire game where you don't drink blood. So maybe add it later as an achievement. If you don't ever bite an animal, that you have an achievement if you play through the game. That would be funny. Like an achievement that is called Vegan Lane. Never bite a single bat. I think it would also be nice if you actually had a skill that enhances his playstyle. But what else could you use animals for? I mean, it would be funny if you'd never drink from an animal. The animals would actually switch sides in the later levels when you have really made clear that you're not going to eat them. And they switch sides and help you. But nah, it would be too hard to code. It's a good idea. Maybe. Ooh. I'm going to add it at the bottom of my to-do list. Really, this is something that I will only do when the game is when the next patch has been released, because this is a whole lot of work. It's not fundamentally important. So I have a to-do list to what to do until I'm completely finished. And I'm going to add vegan. Achievement plus animals help you. And this will be hard to code the animals, so I will say the complexity is 8. So maybe a good time to check what I still have to do. I wanted to change one of the blood magics to be an explosion, but this will actually be very easy. Don't think that I will need more than 1 day for this. Then I will have to check for some other skill effects. They are right. This could actually be very difficult because I have a skill that I'm very unhappy with, because it's a soul that is circling around the character and it's damaging the first enemy that it comes in contact with. And this soul just feels lackluster. It doesn't add a lot to your playstyle. Just damages an enemy who comes too close to you, and that's kind of pointless. it does damage, it does good damage, and maybe helps you, but it just feels so meh. Okay, then improve the blood border. When we are hit, we want to have a better effect for the border that we see when we get damaged. New skill videos. We have to record every video again. There's something I want to try out before we record new skill videos, and that is try heartbeat movement. It's very complex, and the heart in the Elf UI right now has shader on it which moves the blood inside, like whoosh whoosh. Okay, but the heart itself is not moving, and I first gave up on it because it has to be an image, and UI images have their limitations. You cannot animate them like sprite sheets or like 2D piece beats sprites with the animation setup. So you cannot apply bones to the UI. Images in the UI cannot have bones, and this is the big limitation, at least in the current version. But you can add a shader, and you can actually try to move something with your inside of your shader with the shader graph. But it's something that I've never touched, and I'm not sure if it's going to be possible and how hard it is. So I'm going to think this is the complexity of this is 7 or higher, because shader graphs, every time I work with shader graph, it's really a nice time, it's fun, but it just takes up so much time. Okay, then we have to record every skill video, and we have videos for our skills, but these skills, the skills have changed a lot, and they are there. Your health has changed. You can now display how much damage you do, and I want to display this in the videos that you see before you pick a skill. We have to re-record a lot of videos for that. I think it will be nearly every video. Then I have difficulty settings, and not every enemy type is using the code for that. This will be a code adjustment. Will maybe take a quarter of a day, maybe 2 hours. Then level variations, not going to be in the next patch. Level variations, talked about this a lot. This is very important, but I don't have the time for this right now. This is going to be like you have your first level and have the variations in the tile set. And first I will have to set up the code. This will maybe take a day to have multiple possible tile sets which can load, or split the tile set into different parts. And then you can just say at this part load one of 3 tile sets. They will nicely fit into each other, and then you have different levels every time you restart your game. But it also takes a lot of time. First I have to code it. Second, I will have to edit the level. So the level editing will take so much time. And also I will maybe forget half of the effects that are attached to a tile set. The level variations are really hard. Really hard. Okay, rework, presentation, Facebook, Steam description. Okay, yeah. has to be done. Won't stream this, and I'm not allowed to actually stream this. What is in the stream? A Steam description. Then I will rewrite 2 characters: the dragon and the black mage. I'll tell you then what's the problem with this. But this is mostly dialogue change. And I will have to make a new trailer. This is 2 videos and test. So still a lot of work. I actually want to be finished next week. There's that much of work to do. It's next to impossible to achieve. Then, well, let's hope that I will be faster. Okay, what did we do for today? Change biting the dialogue. I just remembered that we also have another task for today. That is make skill 0 images for the when you pick your skill 0, you have special images that should describe what this skill does when you pick it. And after that you will also see a video. But this we have to we still have to make the image for that. Okay. So let's do that after we change the artifact. And now we have to change player input, block biting, and check block. Okay. Save this. And now we have to find why what is attached to this trigger, this tutorial zone. What's happening here is when you reach this point in the game, you cannot bite before it. You cannot bite anything before you reach this point in the game. And then you activate a trigger which is going to activate your bite. But right now it's not working because I switched out another tutorial zone here, which was disabling every ability. And now that this is gone, this trigger here enables your bite, but there's still a boolean inside of your input control of the character, which will block every ability. Let's look into the user control. Disable abilities is checked. So we only want to disable bite actually. And it is a script. So I'll go to the bathroom. So give me a minute or 2 and then we'll be right back. Hello, I'm back and I hope you have been enjoying the BRB screen. So, I've been thinking, if you're in the bed, you're always thinking, I've forgotten one thing inside of this list here. This is that I wanted to try new facial expressions for the main character. This will not be too hard, but it's very important. Wanted to try out to maybe have them look a little bit more neutral. Don't know if this will work or not. Or maybe give him a smile again. At the beginning I had a smile. Felt like the smile was way stronger as an expression. That's what he's looking currently like. Currently he's like really not saying anything. It's a little bit too neutral. I wanted to change this to be maybe some kind of not caring. Be a little bit neutral in a mysterious way. That's how to put it. Okay. So, we have some coding to do. User control now programmed to is now set up so byte import is blocked at the start when you start the game. Disable byte. And what we actually want to do is we want to disable his byte. First I want to see where did I use this disable abilities. Boolean. Not find in files, sorry, not what I want. Find usages. Okay. Only used in scene 1, so it doesn't matter if I had this formally serialized field, because it's only just one scene where this boolean is set at all. And if you don't initialize this, it will always be set to false. Then I'm going to change public and private variables, so you can see much easier what is private and what is public. Okay, you can immediately see that you can change these booleans inside of the editor. And instead of disabled abilities, I want to rename this. Disable blood magic. And we want to set up this disable blood magic inside of the player character. Why? Because the player character holds all the information that he has about his skills. Let's look into the character script. And now we are going to, when he's initializing himself, his initialize skills function only need for testing. But this is called by the game controller. And if we have not picked up any skill that lets us cast blood magic should be disabled. So we have now to set this to true. We have now to think about every skill which enables us to cast blood magic is first skill 1. We don't want to go through all of these choices. It's actually in the global variables boolean if we know the skill. So if we don't know the skill and we don't know any other skill that has to do anything with blood magic, and I have to look them up now. I don't know them. I think it's skill 2 and skill 8. Then we want to disable blood magic. And let's look into the blood magic fire function. Fire 0. So skill 2, skill 8, skill 0. Good. This is a special ability and it's on another button. Don't care. And then we have skill 13, which is jump, and during the jump you can activate your blood magic to do a special effect forward or slam the ground underneath you with blood magic. These are not handled inside of the fire function. Interesting. Oh. Just also check for this. And then if we learn any of these skills, we have to set this variable to false the moment that we learn any of these skills. So if we start the game, we will be able to pick up the first blood magic, the first magic type that we can cast. And we will not be able to cast magic at all before that. So in the moment that we pick up this blood magic, we will have to enable our user to use it. Let's go to the script. Inside of this object here, which is an artifact, as we can find to learn magic. And look how it enables our abilities. Good. And there's a certain set of methods which will try to find the character. And we can also access our control. And set disable blood magic to false. Now there's only one exception that we have to deal with. That is if we have enabled skill 13 but have not learned any of the other skills, and then just press blood magic. We need the info from the same button. Maybe we can handle this inside of the fire. Okay, we don't want to call this function if you have not enabled any blood magic. So oh, I know. We can just check at the beginning, at the start of this function. If any of these conditions are true or false, or if we don't know any blood magic, we just immediately return, so we don't go inside of this file. Okay. Return. Oh, cannot return like this. That's a deal breaker. Try to stop the coroutine inside of it itself. Trying to look up if this is possible. Yeah, we can just save the coroutine and say stop. It's not a nice way to do it. It's not convenient to program, but it's possible. But you know what? I'm going to its usage. Here in this case, we don't want to fire this function. Oh, I have a better idea. Even better. We can just check inside of this if-else statement if we want to use, if we are allowed to use blood magic. So what we are saying here is if we know any of these skills, skill 0, 2 or 8, then please go to the fire function which will spawn our attack or handle our attack. Okay, so we have done this. This should work immediately. Let's go to the to-do list first. Yep, and get out this point. We will maybe have to debug something, but it's finished. Now, change the artifact guard into a robber. A thief. So this guy should be a robber, a thief, a dirty thief. So the problem is he's not a thief at all in this build. Current build. He looks like a poor boy who's at the wrong place at the wrong time. We want to change this, so this guy is a dirty thief. What we need to do is first we need to open up his sprite sheet. I'm going into my file browser and find his sprite sheet. This is the old sprite sheet. And actually, because I will have to draw right now, I will have to take a short, not break, but short time to ready my setup. Because now what I want to do, this is a character. What I want to do is I want to make this character really dirty and maybe give him like a rugged look. I want to remove his his weapon, because he's not going to have a weapon at the start. He's maybe going to have a weak melee attack. But I don't want him to be too strong. We want to bite this guy, so his melee attack should be very, very slow. Yeah. I'm going to get my drawing board. My drawing tablet. Let's go. Now I will have to set up some cable. Power supply. Power supply is in. Next one is an USB. And VGA. Hey, that looks nice. I have now connected. Drawing tablet to my PC. It looks like it's working. Let's see if the pen is working. Oh, it's not working. So if your pen is not working, you have to simply, I found out, simply connect it with the USB to your PC. So for that, I need to use a USB. They are all connected right now, so I have to call back to my PC. Okay, it's working. So with this pen, it's like when it's not connecting to your drawing tablet, you have to stick it into your PC with a USB cable, and then then you can just start drawing. But sometimes it's a little bit too annoying to stick it in and out. Or get the tablet in a nice position. This and start drawing. So with this player character, no, not player character, enemy character, and we want to have this guy have a really bad look. We also are indie developers, and we have to be creative to use our resources effectively. So we won't draw a whole new character. We will just adjust this character Okay. Had a problem with the power cable like there. Now we have this nice setup. So. Wait a moment. Sorry. Still having trouble with my power cable. It's interfering with my mouse. Not what you're supposed to do. Okay, now we have this guy here. We want to redraw him. Okay, when I move the pen on the drawing tablet, you can see that everything works fine. Now I want to start with the head. First we name the layers so that they are in English and everybody understands them. The upper body, these are the legs. Okay, and now edit the head. And everything is in German. It's not good that everything is in German. So these are the eyes, eyelids, pupils, pupil color, eye color, eyebrows, eyebrows color, a lot of layers, unused layers. I'm going to delete those. Yeah. Hair color. A head. Can I give him a head? Maybe later. Yeah. Ear color. Mouth. Head. And the head color. Okay, nice. So what do we want to do? We don't want to change the head. We only want to change how he does everything so he looks more aggressive. First of all, we need music. Just click a YouTube recommendation. Okay. Eyelids. Don't matter. Oh, we can. Oh, we can. If we just hurry up, and we have to hurry up because we want to finish this today. We don't have time. We want to hurry up and just erase his eyelids and redraw them more aggressive. Let's see if we can do this. A little bit too thick. Mine was too thick. Yeah, like coming up. Okay, let's not go overboard with that. Could be a little bit better, but we have to be really fast. Speed wise. This okay. Speed walk. More aggressive look on his face. Not sad, aggressive, I said. God damn it. This will take a while. Because I'm often just making too much of a slit. This, but it's not. There's no symmetry between the two eyes. Might take a while, but it will be worth it. Trust me. We're going to have to adjust the camera because I'm not visible when drawing. I don't think I will look pretty, but whatever. Okay, what did I say about speed drawing? Forget it. I can't do it. And it could still be better, I think. I have to keep in mind my time. And drawing is always something I love drawing, and I would love to have more time for drawing. Oh, at the moment right now, I really have to hurry. So instead of redrawing this eye again and again, try to adjust it. I don't think this works. I don't think this works. What does it? It's okay. Yeah. Close. Just his eyelids again. Eyelids look off now. Really angry. Come on, show me your work. Yeah. Okay, now let's do his eyebrows. And give him a really angry look. Like a look that just tells you that's an evil guy. You have to kill him. Okay? He has his old eyebrows and now new angry eyebrows. Kind of have a problem with drawing the left side. More looking like sad on this lap. And I bet. Start again. Oh man, this is embarrassing. This is like I'm performing for my first time. Come on, you can do it. Looks like a good start. Finish it. This position. Okay, erase the old eyebrow color. And for this guy, we want to have a new eyebrow color and also another hair color. Now the old one is a little bit blonde, and we want to take this blonde color, just turn it brown, a real dirty brown. This okay, also change his hair color accordingly. We have to do some phasing because the color did overlap too much. Enough. But you're still not dirty enough, my boy. Have to do something more. This will be a dirty, dirty boy. I think his mouth looks okay. Let's still try out to have his mouth a little bit more, to be in a little bit more aggressive mode. Yeah, it looks like somebody who does not like you. He does not like you. Okay. Add head color. I think we can also just his pupil color to be really, really dark. Like a really dark gray color. Yeah, like this. Now we have to add a beard. Because if he's a really, really dirty robber or thief, we want him to be unshaved. And what we are going to add is not to have add a fine, nice beard. We want a really ugly, unshaved beard for this guy. So the player really sees like, okay, this guy is absolutely an asshole. Let's just kill him. Can't even shave himself. So, beard. Let's first try out just a black beard. Fair enough. I think the beard should be a little bit longer. Oh, that looks pretty unshaved. Okay, now we have to think about a hat. What kind of hat would a medieval robber use? Let's maybe Google it. Let's just Google medieval robber. Medieval people. So they all have the same kind of look. Like this kind of hoodie. I think this is a good alternative to a hoodie. But let's try out this and a hoodie. Now, first let's add a hoodie. Okay. Let's just make a really fast sketch. Like hoodie is attached to his upper body. This, okay. Then we are going to select this area inside of the hoodie, which we are going to use a color on. Make a new layer. Hoodie color. Extend the area that we have just selected. And selected color. I want it maybe to be, I don't think this is a good color. Dark. Yeah, like this. And now we have to color his attachment points here. This we are going to use same color for the normal clothing. And now we have to add the back of this hoodie. This will be behind the head. And pretty much just consists of a color. Okay. Now we have a problem with the head. The hoodie. That is his neck is not part of his head. So we have to put this into a different layer. So it will be behind his upper body. Yeah, this actually has to be part of his upper body. And now his upper body is still not looking like a thief at all. We have to change his color from a nice white to some shady black color, or maybe just use the hoodie color. I think no, let's use a dark brown color, and we use the hoodie color for his leg. I'll go for a brown color. Oops. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Just don't want to adjust the skin color. Good. Adjust his arms. Okay. Next thing we want to do is adjust his leg trousers. Good. Looks way more like a robber, but he needs to have longer clothes. So I could redraw his clothes right now, but that would take too much time. So instead I'm going to add a layer underneath his current clothes. So he looks just because his skin is looking too bright. So let's start with the legs. Okay. This one, right? I'm a little bit confused why this layer is on top of the leg. I think it's not a good decision. I think that was not a good decision. Yeah, I think it's good in gray. A little bit darker. Yep. And I'm going to put these layers underneath upper leg, because not easy to animate like this. I might want to add some shoes instead of his sandals, but this will take some time. So let's make his arm first. Make his arms first. Sorry. Interesting how long his arm is. want to erase a little bit of this. And then instead of his hands, we're going to see that he's wearing some black glove. He's wearing gloves. We can emphasize that he has been stealing something. Okay, and the next thing is, instead of a weapon, we want him to use a knife. So first, let's get him into a default position. This. Also, let's add some chest hair to show how dirty he is. Oh, my pen is not responding. I think my pen is maybe out of battery, so I'm going to exchange my pen. Okay, here's a new pen. Let's go. We are behind time schedule, so we have nothing to lose now. Okay, now we have a really dirty boy, but what we still need to adjust is his shoes. Like, this guy, he looks like such a bad guy, but his shoes just look too rough. He needs shoes. So what we are going to do is we are going to add 4 new layers, 2 for the outlines, 2 for the color, and these will hold the information for his shoe. Left shoe, color, right shoe, color, right shoe. Yeah, outline. Be a little bit more specific. Left shoe, outline. Okay. Now these are on top of his lower legs. And his leg order is a little bit confusing, but I'm going to put right underneath left. Okay, let's start drawing shoes. We're starting left, and this is not his left, this is our left. Keep this in mind. Okay, this is sufficient for shoe design. We don't need to draw too many lines because the detail will be lost. But the character will be much smaller than what we see right now. And instead of drawing second shoe, we will just copy this shoe, put it on top of the other leg, and then adjust it. So specifically, his hip at the start of the leg would the shoe would look a little bit different from the angle. Let's make this a little bit more inward. This is where his I have to look it up in English. This is where his shoelaces would be. This would be a little bit more to the right or left. It only matters that you see that this is not exactly the same shoe as this, because it's viewed by a different angle. By just changing thumb lines, we can kind of cheat the viewer into thinking that this is a completely new drawing, even though it's not, because we are out of time. Now let's add the color. I have an idea. We can just because it will all be the same color, and just select the outer space and then make it smaller. Might give us some time. Yeah, much better. Good. Okay. Now we have this guy. I think his hoodie is making him look too big. Because his head is already like in the chibi style, like he has a big head, so we can read his expressions. But I think his hoodie is a little bit too big behind his head. So, can we adjust it? It will be hard. Don't want. Oh, it's not really easy. Yeah, we can. We put it like this. A little bit of hair. A little bit of hair is showing up underneath the hoodie. But we can just delete the hair. This. Okay. Now it's looking a little bit more sleek. Let's look if it's an improvement. Before, after. Yeah, a little improvement. Not much, but I think I just like it more. Okay. The last thing that we want to add is shadows. Let's first save up this character before we crash or something. So let's call this guy Bandit. He's going to be Bandit. Bandit Bernd. Bert? Bandit Bert, yes. This is going to be a nice name for him. I'm going to use PSB as a format, which is quite hold more information, so it doesn't crash if we work on this for a long time. And now let's think about what we really want to do with this. We only want to do shadows, and for the animation in Unity, we're not going to animate him with sprites. If we do animate him with a sprite sheet, it will take us forever. It will take until 4 AM, and we'll probably not be even finished. So what we are instead going to do when we export him, we're going to add some layers. So we will have a head layer, upper body layer, and layers for his hand and leg parts, like hand, finger, a thumb. His thumb will be a layer, lower leg, upper leg, shoe, but we will have to add a lot of layers together and then import them into Unity, and then we can animate them there. So it might be a bad idea to add too many shadows. It will be fine. It will be fine. Don't worry. He's also missing his knife. So let's start by adding a knife, and then we'll add some shadows. We'll export him to Unity. Also, we need to give him some mouth and eye sprites, so he can blink with his eyes and talk. The only sprite we will have left then, he will still have some sprite work that we have to do after that for the dev animations, but it's something for another time. Let's not think about it now, because I will also have to look up in the script what we actually need. Knife outlines and knife color. So just give him straight ahead a knife. And yeah, because we are underneath only the other layers, we are not seeing anything. Let's put this at the top. Good. kind of have my problems with the handguard there. Okay, this is not the prettiest knife that I've drawn, but it's sufficient. Okay, next let's color the knife. Nothing really fancy, going for very brownish colors for the handguard, like it's something wooden. And something very brown for the grip. Like you have some kind of leather that you attach to your grip. Okay, the last thing that we want to do now is to add shading. So let's add a new layer. Layer named shader. And now we will just add some shading. If you don't like the shading, we can change it easily and revert back to the old color. Okay, now add some blood to the knife. Because he's a very dirty boy. He has also killed somebody. Killer. We want to emphasize that he's worth killing. And I want to try out a form. Maybe we have some nice blood splatters. No, we don't have. Do we? No. Never mind. I think I once had some blood splatter forms. You can use them just attached to your freeform tool, but I don't have. So let's just make some blood splatters by ourselves. You can do it with your pencil. Yeah, let's try this out. Okay, this is not what I want. Ooh. Yeah, that looks pretty bloody. Okay, problem is it does not have any memory space. This means we need to save. Damn it. Crashed. No, did not crash, but we need memory space. So what we can do here before Adobe crashes completely, which I'm not sure if it did. We need to use another. Oh dear, oh dear. Can I save? Yeah, oh no, I cannot save. So, what can I do? I can close this window, it's Unity window, and hope that it frees enough memory space. Close the text editor. Hope that this frees enough memory space so that we actually can save in Photoshop. Yeah, it worked. So by freeing up some memory space, we are now able to save. That was a close call. So what's next? We have to close Photoshop and reopen it, just so that it gets rid of all the information that what we just did with the pen, and free up some memory space again. All the progress that we have done now was in the memory space, and after some time, Photoshop will actually the Stack Overflow and say I'm running out of space, and if you're really unlucky and you can't free up any space, you will have to start again. Happened to me many times, talking from experience. So now we are giving him this thief his knife. Yeah, right underneath his thumb. We adjust the angle a little bit. So I think the message is clear, like this is a bad guy. I even have an idea, like it would be nice to have him kill a friend of you at the start of the game. Just so you really have a motivation. Instead of a corpse next to him, you could just kill a friend of you. Might be a good introduction for the game. but that's a talk for another day. Because first we still have to do a lot of work with this guy before we can even think about what we will do with him. And setting up a new character just to be killed. Might also take a lot of time, maybe 1 or 2 hours. And then implementing that will also take another 4 hours, whole day for one scene. But it's in the first 5 minutes of the game, so it's always worth it. Anything that you do in a game that will show up in the first 5 minutes, don't make any compromises for this. So I will think about this when I sleep or something. This is not the right time. This is the right time to add some shaders. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add shaders and use this pen. And use this pen. And I'm just going to use black and white. Okay, now I'm going to for the light shader. With light shaders on dark colors, you always have to be very careful. And now I'm going to set the mode to copy into each other. Because then it's looking a little bit more natural. With strong colors at least. It's a cheap trick, but it's worth it. Okay, now I want a shader on top of his head, kind of. Don't think that this is possible. No, I'm just going to add this shader to his skin color. Yeah. Well, I will add a shader underneath his hood. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. Add dark shader and a head light shader. Light. Okay. Light. Need to use more light because his skin color is very bright. Or maybe want to give him a darker skin color. More grayish. Let's do this. Very gray, unhealthy skin color. This just look like I have darkened this color. Like this. This looks like a better skin color for him. Like when he's too white, he's looking too much like a nerd who is not going outside. Okay. So he's still somebody who does not touch grass. But he's also somebody who had a lot of sunburns in his life, I would say. This light shading is way too hard. We can easily change it. Just copy it into each other and then adjust intensity. I don't want him to be shiny at all, so I'm going for a very low intensity. And now I will have to go through every body part of him and just add some shader. And I think it's enough if we just add dark shaders. Light shaders are nice, but we don't have time for this. Yeah, on this side, the shader has to be very slow, very much more decent. Because I like this closer to the side. Good. With this upper body, we can actually go a little bit over the top. And since this upper body is so big, we will add some light shader. Won't do it for the legs though, since it's too much, but here it really has such a good so much, what do you call it, positive outcome. Just adds a lot to the character. Now I know what I was searching for. The benefit is much higher if you do light shader on big parts than when you do it on small parts. If you're not even doing any shader on his thumbs or anything, don't bother with it. Nobody's going to notice. This is something that I would do. I would be a dedicated artist for the game. But I am not. I'm a programmer. I make the sounds. I make the art. So I have to cut some corners. And in game development, cutting corners is not a bad thing, actually. Sometimes you really have good ideas just by cutting corners. Like how I came up with making these shader layers. Like instead of choosing a different color every time, you can just add some dark color, some black, and here we go. And I'm way faster than if I would try to fit every color. Forget it. Not gonna make it in time. Oh, I say we're done. We're done. We made a lot of effort to create this character now. And I think his shiny parts are too shiny. Need to adjust that. Not the hoodie though. Good. This is why it's so nice to have this on the layer. You can just adjust the layer settings a little bit and we're done. Oh. What's next? Now we get this character into Unity. And we also need different mouth and eye animations for his eyes closing and for his mouth peeking. Might be better to do it now because we're drawing now. Let's keep drawing. Let's keep drawing just a little bit. Will save us some time later. We don't drag on with this. So let's make a new folder. Eye animation. Good. And inside of this folder will be eye animation 1 and eye animation 2 and so on. Eye 1. Eye 1. Color. Okay. Eyes, he won't do much with his eyes. So let's not make more than 2 variations for closing. So let's go close 1, close 2, and closed. So 3 more eyes. Eye 1. Or do we copy all of the color information? Good question. Let's just redraw it instead of copying. I think in this instance, copying much time. I need to make the normal eye layers invisible. Now he looks like he doesn't care what we do with him. Okay, that's I1. Now I2. I think his eyebrows and his eyelids would also move a little bit. Let's do his eyelids too. Okay. Now I2. Okay, and now I3, which will be the closed eye. Looks a little bit peaceful. Like he's thinking about all the people he killed and how nice they do have now in heaven, while he has to stand there realizing that life was a waste. Or something like that. Okay. Need new music? Coding music. Okay. Good. Save. Now we do marks. So when he's talking, his mouth will open and close. And I think what I found out what is normally a good amount of animations for that is 6. Like having a total of 6 animations for this. At the beginning I was always using 4, like 1, 2, 3, 4. But in game it doesn't look too fluent. So 6 is better. So we can just duplicate this 6 times. Okay, this is mouth 1, this is mouth 2. Whoopsie do whoopsie. 3, 4, 5, 6. Good, let's start. We could start with our destination. So we can keep in mind where we want to be in the end. So let's start with mouth 6. And his upper lip is not going to move too much. This lower lip is going to be way more down. Yep. Maybe a little bit more to the side, a little bit wider. Let's start again. Start again. That was a little bit too much down. Looks silly. Yep. Let's just go for this. Don't worry too much about the rest of. I think we could still be a little bit better. But But in the end, we have to be careful with our time. There's a shadow here. Can remove this shadow. This shadow is not so important. Okay. Now we close the mouth. Every frame we close the mouth. Number 5. Oh, we have every mouth now. Oh, we have eye animations. We're pretty much done with our character. So the only eyes that I have left that are not implemented are the dead eyes. The dead eyes in this game. Dead eyes. We only need this later for the dead animation, death animation. Yeah, very easy. These are going to be our dead eyes. Okay, we finished now every drawing that we have to do for this character. So I need some space. I'm going to put away the drawing tablet now. So short break. Okay, need to adjust the camera again. Now we don't have drawing tablet. Done. Drawing. Okay, that should be sufficient. Okay, now we are going to prepare to export our new character into Unity. So we have today made a completely new character. And we will now export him into Unity. How we are going to do this? First, let's make a copy of him. This is our safety raw guy. Now we will make an export version. Call it export version. Okay, and we don't need to have all these layers in Unity. A lot of these layers, like the shaders, are not necessary for us in Unity. Also put all the eye animations on top of the hoodie. Okay, and most of these layers for the eyes, we don't want them in Unity. We want to work fast and efficiently and animate, but we don't want to change the shader materials or something, or how the pupils are in the eyes. That's something that we don't want to do right now. No, you could do something with pupils in the eye that he looks left, right, but we don't want it at the moment. So we reduce them to one layer. All the eyes in this eye animation sheet are going to be reduced to one layer. Actually, you are one eye, eye one. Why can't I reduce those two? Okay, to reduce the eyes, I seem to have to make them visible. Now we have nice animation for the eyes. Okay, it looks crappy now, I guess. But if we look like this, eye 4, 3, 2, 1. You did. Then we're going to put the mouth on top. And also do the same with the mouth animations. With all these mouths, we're going to make them visible. And now we are going to reduce them. Also, we need to add the default mouth. This will be mouth 1. And all the other head information, all the other layers, down into one layer you go. So now we have all this information here, one layer. And this makes it way easier to animate it later. Because if you if you start animating all these layers, forget it. You're not gonna make it. You don't want to. Upper arm. Actually, this is its right upper arm. The sides are flipped in this sheet. Okay, now let's check if we did the layers correctly. There's something here. I think this is from the upper body. You have to keep this in mind. Yeah, this is something of the upper body. Read this. Okay. Don't need any background layers or reference points. All this information can go away. Oh, I want to rename you. I want to rename you. Come on. Upper left, right. I'm flipping the sides because in Unity I actually use the real sides of you. So if you're looking at a character, the left side you see is his right side. Test our last layers and then we can import into Unity. Or export into Unity. Okay. That's right. Come on, I want to look at the shoes. Left shoe, right shoe, left leg, right leg. Nice. So everything is set up. No, don't do something with the layers, please. My shortcuts are a little bit weird. It was because I was inside of this input field, and then your shortcuts are going to be inside of this input field. That's why some weird stuff was happening. But whatever. Save this. export version. And now find it inside of my art folder. I see bandit. Now we have this export version. And we have to reopen Unity. We closed Unity because Adobe Photoshop was needing some memory space. And looks like we did not get as far as I hope we would get today. I actually wanted to finish all these points on the list. So this got out of hand quickly, just because I forgot how much you have to do if you want to make a new character. Yes, of course, this is going to take the whole day. But what can I say? That's how art works. So now we still have to think that this bandit should kill somebody. Why does it start? I think the problem here lies not within the question if he should, because I think for the story clearly it would be a good thing. The thing is how he should kill someone. He's in this tiny little room, and how are you going to construct something like that? A friend of you shows up, he's in front of this robber and says, "Hey, Lane, my old vampire friend. Good to meet you. I have some important information that I wanted to tell you. The key to your immortality is," and then this bandit stabs him to death. And no matter how you do this character, your friend of you, why would he be there and ignoring that there's a bandit coming up behind him? There's no way he can sneak up behind him because it's a closed room. Now the bandit could appear out of nowhere, like he could come from the ceiling. This would be stupid. So this is the room where the bandit should be. I think it. Oh man. Could come if you have a friend right here at this position, and the robber comes behind him and stabs him. So you have a motivation to kill the robber. The robber will be in your way. And it would also be in everyone, even the peaceful one. It would be evil not to kill this robber. And I want in the peaceful one that you don't have too many reasons to kill this robber. That you can leave him in peace and play a pacifist life. And if the robber is standing in this way, he's blocking your path. But that's something you can fix. You can just construct another path underneath him, so you can actually pass this robber. I'm still not convinced. There's too many problems if this robber kills a friend of you in the first 5 minutes. You have no connections to this character. It's going to say I'm your friend, so you wouldn't care. Might be a little bit dramatically. So you wouldn't care about this character, but it might establish a very dirty theme for the game. And then again we have a problem, like when this robber is standing here, and I want this crystal artifact to be behind him, and you can only grab the artifact if you attack the robber. You can fix this. You then use the underpath and come up here. The robber could, because he's maybe intelligent, just go to this side and block you. So no matter where you come from, the robber is going to block you. And then the robber will tell the player that he's come to claim the bounty on his head. Ooh. Yeah, that might be worth it. So there's a character just coming up to you and shouts, I need to warn you. Lane, I need to warn you. There's a group of, and then he's killed. And then there comes out this bandit and says that he will claim the bounty on your head. Now, the only thing that's holding me back from doing this is there's a lot of time investment for this, and I have to draw another character and animate him. But aside from this it's a much better engaging start than what we have now. It's going to fix a whole lot of problems with the game, which is you need to engage the player from the start. If the player sees something like this happening at the start, he's more likely to play longer, which is the most important thing in a game. Damn it, I have to do more work. This fixes it, the main problem that I have with the game right now. So let's do this. Create a friend. A friendly who gets killed by the robber. Bandit. He's called Bandit now. I mean, why wouldn't I call him a bandit? Would you like it if you would be a bandit? If people would not even remember you by your right name? Call you a robber? Probably not. Let's be friendly to the bandit and call it what he is, a bandit. So, where did we stop? Stopped at importing the bandit into Unity. So, he's going to be an enemy. He's getting his own folder. And this is where we will drop his export version. We will have to do a whole lot of settings before we can use this. And we will also need to add a new script called bandit control. Okay, let's look at this character inside of Unity. Open the sprite editor. We can see all the sprites that we have imported and what we are. Okay, this looks like there's a fragment we don't need. First we need to take a look if every sprite is outlined correctly. Yes, aside from this sprite, everything is outlined correctly. Now we are going to look into the skinning editor. So here's our character. We need to make some bones to animate him. We could, as I said, we could make single frames with him inside of Adobe and just move in. If you use Adobe, we could just take his right arm, for example, then pick every layer that is connected to the right arm. Now you can move the right arm, and you do this position by position by position by position and save every frame, and then you do your animations like this. Save again, close it. Okay. But in Unity we have some freedom with our animations, and we are going to create bones now. And with these bones, we are going to attach his arms and legs to the bones. We can control the character. So let's create a bone. So our root bone can be here in the spine or the shoulder. We think most likely we are going to use the shoulder. I'm going to take a look at other characters. just to be sure that this is a good idea. So here we have this gunner, and the gunner has his root bone inside of his head. I think this is the best implementation of the bone versions. So let's also do this the bandit. Oh no, now I'm opening Photoshop. No, I don't want Photoshop right now. Thank you. Thanks. He's close. I'm fine. Okay, let's create the bones. And we are going, not planning anything fancy with the spine. Let's go 1, 2, 3. In his head, no, bones would be now I want to edit this character. So his backbone would be somewhere like here. And curve up to the back. Finally, head bones would be somewhere like here. And this is the spine. Because the spine, our real spine has more bones, but this will do. This is sufficient. And then we have our arms. Only need a certain amount of bones here. 3 should be enough. 1, 2, 3. Could add a bone for the thumb. We have control over the thumb, but I don't see a benefit right now. Because he will be holding his knife all the time. He will not take out his knife or do something. I don't see why we would use the thumb for anything. The last thing that we want to get is, let's get different bones. His legs. Here would be his knee. Would be the middle of his foot. I'll go for the other foot. And we're done. We have now created all the bones we need to animate the character. And that's not enough. We need to say which bone is connected to which sprite. So we're going to first use auto weights and generate them for all. We also want to associate the bones. So now we have generated auto weights for the bones. And if you move a bone now, you see that the character is moving with a bone. We have to make some adjustments, but most of the time this looks very good. Yeah, this is not what we want here. In the elbow we have to do some rigging. Here this is not nice. This is so rude. Here we have to do some rigging. This is okay. This is okay. Ooh, this looks ugly. Yeah. But we have a start to work with. So let's look what happens to his head. Oh! Ooh. Oh. Oh man. So his head does not look good at all. No, 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 no. Also need to fix that all of his mouths are visible right now. Oh, I turned off all the eye animations inside of the character, inside of the Photoshop layers. I have to revert that. I will have to revert that because if a layer is not active in Photoshop, it will not be active in Unity, except if you say so. But we want the information for all the animations that we have set up, and read out the character sheet again. The sprite sprite editor. Here we go again. Now we have all the mouths, all the eyes. Going to close his eyes. Only want his default eyes. Okay. And restore his pose. Now we have normal pose. He's restored. Nice. We're now going to iterate through every white and decide what kind of bones are going to influence them. For example, this is white. His eyes should only be influenced by this bone. Maybe this bone too. This is okay. This is fine. Only the yellow bone should influence his eyes. Also apply this to all his other eyes. So how are we going to check if this eye here only influenced by the orange bone? First I'm gonna generate autoregs again. Because generate, please. Because the layers were imported now, and the bone weights were not adjusted. I had no bone weights. You have to give the information. So I think the mouth not have a weight. Oh no, we just don't see them. Good. Because make all the eye animations invisible. For the mouth, we only want this orange bone to be responsible for its position. So now we move this orange bone. This orange bone will move the whole head, or most of his head, and the mouth with it. Is the hoodie on it? Ooh, the hoodie is not on a different layer. Maybe that's a problem. Maybe that's a problem. Because the hoodie has to be attached the upper body, but we want to remove the rest of the head independently. But maybe, just maybe, it won't be a problem. Let's look into the bone influences. This mouth right here is not influenced by the orange bone. So how do we add this bone? This. And subtract the other bone. So if we now press auto-rate. Oh no, it's not using the orange bone here. another way to generate it. To generate the weight automatically. Yes, if you don't associate with the bones, now this mouth will move with our yellow bone. Okay, let's do this for all the mouths. Okay, now for the head. Let's start with removing the influence of the purple bone. We'll add it later, but for now we want to remove it. Now, if we move the head, let's make it in another preview. Now if we move the head, we will move his whole head with the hoodie. The good thing is his eyes and his mouth, which is attached, will move with the head correctly. And the only thing we need to do is attach the lower part of the head to his upper body. So we're going to use the weight brush, use this bone, and then add it to the hoodie. Maybe a little bit harder. Oops. Oh no, not this bone. The blue bone. I mean, it doesn't make much difference. We have a little bit of influence over here. And let's see how it looks. Now he's stretching his head when we put it down. In this position we still have to do something. It's not enough. Yeah, like this. Let me smooth this out. Review. Yeah. We will not actually use any animations that will stretch his head so far. I haven't anything planned that is so extravagant, but we can. We can. Maybe edit this again. Like this a little bit smoother. Let's use the smooth tool. It's looking very good if he looks up. Looks down, not so much at this point. Let's move it again, smooth it a little bit more. Okay, it looks good on the hood, but not in his face. His face does not have any vertices that protect him. Let's add some vertices and set these vertices up so they are not influenced by this purple bone. I think this is bone 6, and we don't want bone 6 to influence this beautiful face. Let's do this. Okay, pick this bone. Make it really hard. Hey, you're now in charge of these vertices. Preview the pose. Preview pose. Okay. And his head is now not bending at all. He's not bending. Yeah, we also are going over the top with the animation quality. Not going to have many animations. So, what comes next? What's next? I would say next is this hoodie back. The hoodie back. Okay. What's right is this is heavily influenced yellow bone. I'm using smooth. This good. This part to come down more. Oof, no, not like this. Just a little bit, please, not so much. Come down. Not up. No, no, wrong direction, guys. No. This did not go as planned. Come on, guys. Where are you going? So, I would say let's just not bend his head too much. Not going to work. At least with the lower part it works. Yes, that's exactly what we want. And let's preview his post. So the hoodie background is behaving nice. Yeah, is it nice? Yes. Good. Now for the upper body. I guess you have a lot of bone influences. Oh. See if we have to get rid of anything. Yes, okay. First we want to get rid of this completely. Yeah. Good. And this looks healthy actually. But not in the upper part. So let's also get rid of this bone for now. Okay, these bones don't have any influence. Good. Totally fine. And now we have to start with the head. So we want to add yellow weight, orange weight to his neck. So if you go up, we want his neck to be still up there. Okay, we need more vertices. Just to protect his clothing from stretching with the leg. And this looks very good. Now we have to protect his clothing a little bit from stretching too much. Okay. Still need more vertices. Especially in this part. Looking too janky. Review. And I would say, ooh, what's happening with this closest spike there? That's something that we need to fix. This part of this close should not go up like this. It's gonna look like really janky. Review. And let's not make him look up like that for any reason. We're going over the top anyway. I don't have any reason to even move his head. So whatever. Maybe move his head a little bit like this. Like a good idle animation, but that's about it what we are going to do with this head. Most movement that we are going to have is in his arms. So let's add some arm dependency on his upper body. We take this bone and just make sure that his below this here, not so much. I'm moving with his arm part. And then do the same thing on the other side. Now smooth it up a little bit smoother. I think we are done. Review. Looks okay. Oh, let's go. His legs are not having any influence right now. So maybe let's add a little bit influence. Just a little bit. If you push up the leg here, oh, actually it has influence, but it's not doing anything. But why? Oh no, I need to add the bone. Really? Sorry. So we just want to have a slight movement. is close. Okay, now let's move it out. There's a big brush here. Move out all the bone interactions. View. And yeah, that's not much movement. It looks natural. It would look a little bit unnatural if there would be no movement in this closes at all. And since we are only in 2D, we don't have to worry too much about club animations, which are on the other side very exciting. So now let's start with this arms, and make sure that this part of the arm does not bend. Come on. You want to go a little bit faster. Yeah, like this. Oh, way too much. Still way too much. Hurts. Looks like his bone is breaking. Because I'm using smooth again. Now at the wrong bone. Okay, now I can smooth. Oops. It's sure that his biceps does not move too much. Okay. Let's review. Oof, still too much. Might just subtract this bone from this sprite completely. Just looks so bad. Go two more steps into this. Move it. And look at the preview. Oh, now we have 0 interaction. Also not what we want. Come on, just a little bit. Yeah. So this is as good as it gets, I guess. I think knife should be in the other hand, because animating the knife in this hand will be such a pain. You can step only like this. It's also his left hand. Oof. Have fun animating that. Look if you can get his knife to the other hand real quick. Actually can. Doesn't look too janky. Like that. Okay, let's save this and look what happens. Will the hand change sides? The knife. Okay, it kind of didn't. Look what happened. Restore default pose, please. Here we need to generate its geometry again, and the bone attachment is completely false. Oh, now we move his bones. Yes, now we just switched in mid-production the attachment of his knife. Sometimes technology is just working, and then it can be so much time saving. On the other side, rigging this whole character is very time consuming, so I guess it evens out somehow. Still, I'm very impressed. So last, I want to change this bone here, the rake brush, smaller size. So his hand can really bend. This is not easy. Let's add some vertices. Just for this hand part. Review it. Yeah, that looks okay. I have to remove yellow bone influence from the rest of the arm. Oh, we don't have any bending in the bone. So now he can give you a hug with his left hand. Now let's tweak his right hand. And I think this looks like a good starting point to do something about his thumb though. I think his thumb is attached to the wrong bone. Let's start with his lower arm. Has too much influence on his upper arm. Much better. Move this out a little bit. Okay. Now, next thing that we have to edit is how these two interact. We're going to add more vertices. We're going to edit the geometry. And create some new vertices. Okay, now we have better control over the arm. And adjust the weight for the bones. Actually, don't think it's going to get much better. We create vertices here next to the part where the arm and the hand meet. Yeah, but I don't think it's going to get much better than this. Now let's add more weight to. Let's edit the thumb. The thumb is now interacting with the wrong bone, and we need to add the hand bone. Yeah. We only need to interact with the green hand bone. We attached to the head, to the root of the hand, but for the rest, thumb is independent. Good. I mean, we are not going to see the thumb anyway. This should be all right. Oh, this looked janky. Ooh. Oh, he cannot turn his hand more than this. This would be when your bone would be broken. We only have to care about this movement, but I think his biceps is moving too much. Let's edit his biceps movement. Move it out. Better. And this is as good as it gets. Now, Let's go for the legs. In this position, we have this part of the leg which has to be attached to the upper body because the spot is ending here. We cannot show this. So let's first take a look at bone influences. Bone 1 has bone influence. We also need to have the other leg to have a bone influence. Just so that those two legs are always together. And here, this part, we need to add more wet influence. And now it looks nice and smooth. Ooh, I don't want this bone to be influencing us. Not a good influence for it. Okay, now add a little bit of the blue bone, the lower leg. Smooth it out with a really big brush. Move out the rest a little bit. Yeah, it's much better. Yeah. Review. Here we have to do something about this part. So let's do it. Let's try it with wet influence. And smooth it out. Ooh, that didn't go well. Try again. And preview. There's a gap here. That's not nice. That's looking good here. There's a small gap here. Take a look. Ooh, this is not well done. Just add a little bit of wet bone. Oh, it's actually not helping. The green bone? You my saver. Yes, you are. Review. And I think we have made a nice middle ground. Good. Let's go for the left. A white lower leg. So, as we can see, this part looks good, but if we stretch it forward into a very unnatural position, it's not going to work. Now this is not a natural position because his kneecap would be broken at this point. So let's only go for this far and not worry any further. Add a little bit of upper leg influence. And preview. Let's add a little bit more and be done. Oops, wrong size, wrong bone. And now it's even worse. Need to smooth this. Review. He looks okay. Just have to keep in mind not to bend his leg forward. Now this is a very unnatural position, so we don't really care that this is not working, because his leg would be broken anyway. We have enough reach. That's all that matters. Okay, let's go for the other leg. And then we have finished working on the character rigging, and he will be ready to get into animation. So let's put up this leg, and it looks beautiful. Beautiful. We have a whole lot of work to do. Okay, let's start by adding this middle spine. More of that. And subtracting a little bit of this spine from right leg. Do not smooth this. Let's not smooth this. Let's look at the preview. So we need to be able to extend this leg as far as possible. So we cannot accept this jank here. We cannot. This is not acceptable. What we need to do now is first, I want his upper body to even come down a little bit. Yeah. Help. Not add too many influences. Okay, now we have to take care of this part of the leg. Okay, preview. Okay, we need to fix this jank here. He's not going to do this pose ever. Let's look like this. Oh, this is jank. and smooth out our body. Okay, looks better. Move this out so the geometry is not fucked up. And add more. Fine. Move. And preview. So first we have to take care of this part. Because the leg is bending into itself. And then we need, oops, we need to take care of this part. What are we doing? Oh damn, what did I do? Maybe add more influence? Yes. Come on, now work. Work! No, now it doesn't work if we... Ah, no, now it doesn't work if we leg back here. That does when we... Oh no. Oof. Okay. Does add a little bit maybe? Be very careful with the step. Okay, I would say let's just accept that we have a slight gap there and fix this in Photoshop. How are we fixing this in Photoshop? It's easy. disable the upper body, pick the legs, and just add more leg. Okay, we are starting with the left leg here. And now the right leg. And I have to say, this pen is really interesting. Okay, now what we did is we extended his legs into his upper body a bit. So now if we edit them in Unity, apply these changes, we want to auto geometry this. Let's have to adjust his sprite editor. Because he's now not showing his whole legs. Okay. Apply. Go back to the skinning editor. Generate the correct geometry. And preview. Somehow he still manages to fuck up his bones. I hope we did not lose his information. No, we did not. Okay, this is okay. Only this problem here remains. I think I might have regenerated his bone influences. Okay, this looks super trashy. Let's move it out. Look, if we can fix this. Yes! And let's preview. I mean, it does not look perfect at all. Damn it! Damn it. Okay, there's still a gap. Come on, we have to do something against the gap. This gap is bigger than the gender gap. We cannot have that. We can move now. Let's see. It moves like this. Going to 1. His upper body is moving too much with this leg right here. It's too much. This leg looks very good. Just this leg. Going to go like this. He's going to extend this leg. Yeah, that's how it works. Let's fix his upper body and be done. Yeah, this looks fine. So we can now go to his lower leg. This will be way easier. Surely. Just have to take care of this position. It does still extend into the leg if we do this. So let's add more weight. Yeah, this looks okay. This is not possible anyway. Oh, yeah, it looks really nice, even with the club. Oof. So, only thing missing is his shoe right now. His shoe is having way too much influence from his leg. This looks better. Maybe I think that's a little bit of wet influence here. The bottom, there should be no influence at all. Okay, and we're done. Now the last shoe. Let's apply last shoe. Let's just straight up remove the bone influence from the lower leg. And then add it only at the top of the shoe. So that if we do this, the shoe still looks normal. Okay. Now, and smooth it maybe a little bit. This part. Just a little bit. And preview. Okay, I think we are done. It looks a little bit janky if we overdo it, but if we don't do any fancy animations, this will be sufficient. The whole character is done. Pause and apply. So we do have 2 AM:30 in Germany right now, and I think we have done a lot today. We've worked, and even though we have not reached our goal, which has extended further and further, we have done really good work for today, and let's call it a day and say good night. And tomorrow, let's look at our to-do list. Tomorrow we will change the bandit. We will implement him. We will change his dialogue, and we will also create a friend who will get killed by the bandit immediately in the first scene of the game. And after that, we will implement our first skill, which we can pick up, and make it so that the bandit will guard the skill. So we have to kill the bandit no matter what to get the first skill in the game. And if we do a peaceful playthrough, we will not get the first skill. Good, and hopefully we will get even through the new dialogue tomorrow, which means that we will record real dialogue tomorrow. It would be very exciting. We did not get to do this today, but I would be really happy if we can do that tomorrow, and looked forward to that. So that's it for today. I hope everybody who showed up had a nice stream, and good night.